Ooh, what was that? The Disney Plus theme? And hey, Aman, how you doing? I don't know what you guys are talking about. That was, right? I'm doing well. Yeah, what are you up to? All right, cool. So we should be live on all the other platforms. Let's start some synthwave. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no one was expecting, you know, Disney Plus just out of nowhere. Okay, so yesterday we left off creating exceptions here. They all extend. Vexilla exception, which is a base level just class here. There you go. Exactly, I play. Chilling on a Saturday night, playing around with some stuff. Yeah, anything interesting? Possibly, Dollface, possibly. My day's fine so far. So yeah, I guess here's the big thing. We need to look at languages that we need to do that for. Does anyone here want to do so for Go? I think Kotlin, we've got results that we can use. OCaml, we deal with results as well. I think PHP is a language that we'd want to do some specific exceptions for as well. Right? If we look at some of the PHP code, we've definitely got places that we throw, I think. Nope. Right? We're doing just this log. We log the exception. And then we return false. So yeah, we're going to update that to be exception based. Yeah, feel free. All you need to do really is, like, do you understand Rust at all? If you understand Rust, Rust would probably be the place where you grab the types of errors and then translate them over to the Go version, right? And then from there, you would need to modify the places in the client that do that exception stuff. And here in the PHP, we'd probably want to do the same thing. So yeah, in the PHP, we would take these like this log, and instead we would throw. And then if we wanted, we could create safe versions of the functions. Yeah, you helped with the Rust SDK. Perfect. So yeah, I would say check out the Rust code. And in the source, in types, you can actually see all of like the errors that we kind of have an enum for. You would translate this enum to what makes sense in the Go context. So if that's something you want to do, go for it. I would say create an issue for it. That way we can track it. That way we can sign it. and then you're off to the races. How about Python? Does Python favor throwing as well? Yep. So here we're doing raise. It does look like we've already created all of our exceptions for the Python. So Python's actually good to go. So yeah, it looks to me like we just need to get PHP, Go, and C# up to date there. And then anyone familiar with Elixir? I'm not sure the way we're doing errors in Elixir is the right way. Does Python have types now? I think so, depending on the version you're using. We're targeting 3.6, which does have types. Right? Oh, hold on. Yeah, this is the Python code. So yeah, see, table name, stir. So yeah, do we have any takers? And really, it would be something where if it's something you want to do while you're watching stream today, because if not, I'll probably just knock these things out. So it's up to you. If you don't have time today, I get it. But I probably want to knock these out so I can get to publishing. Just anyone that wants to do these things. Yeah, that's all. And if nobody, that's fine. That's over in the Rust code. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how far we get. We'll save the Go code for last. So yeah, in Rust, you would go to types. Oop, not target. Source, types. And this right here, Vexilla error, is like the roadmap for implementing similar exceptions in other languages, or error types, or whatever. And what's up, Buttermilk? How you doing? What are you up to? Ooh, let me pop out. Yeah, I just realized I don't have the YouTube chat popped out, and I don't have the Twitter chat popped out. So hold on, let me grab these. All right, got that flipped. Let me do the Twitter one. And there we go. Yeah, the Python's good to go. We did the Python correctly. So it's just C#, PHP, and Go that need it so far. Also, anyone who considers themselves an Elixir fan, taking a look at how we're doing stuff in Elixir might be useful too. I don't remember. Like, Elixir's a little, like, fast and loose. So I'm not sure if exceptions matter or if you just handle it, you know? You're a big fan of that anime? What anime? Yeah, I know Mel. Juicebox Hero. It was a terrible Elixir joke. Gotcha. Hell yeah. What's up, Redoni? Okay, so one thing I might want to do... Played chess the whole day? Nice. We might want to make it to where these accept a method. Okay, so if we look over here, this is the string that we'd want to pass. Yep, no worries, Dollface. Have a good one. Interesting. Oh. So we probably don't want to do the Vexilla exception thing. Right? Because then we can just do this part. And wait. What were you saying? Spring break for colleges next week, so you're going to grind Python all week since your next semester is all Python classes. Trying to get ahead. Nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah. All right, so yeah, we want to just keep doing this. And it'll auto format for us. Nice. I think all of them accept a message because we want to give like a little bit more context. So yeah, a little boilerplatey, but probably worth it. There might have been some way to like get some LLM to do this for us, but it's not that big a deal. Moshiko, these are all classes. They're not interfaces. Right? This is a public class that is a descendant of exception. So this is inheritance. These are not interfaces. It'll get the key combo multiplier out. There you go. All right, so we got these exceptions. I actually want to get this over on the side there, and then we can do this, and then we get a little bit easier copy and pasting. All right, so right here, selective feature with ID is not string. And I think it's this one. Oh, actually, it's actually that one. This one is that one. But yeah, no worries, Stuttgart. Yeah, get some sleep. Have a good one. All right, so that was should custom string. Very similarly, we end up doing the same thing. So yeah, some of this is a bit repetitive, but probably fine. This is value string. Invalid value feature type. Invalid value string type. Oh, and this is value long. A long is an int. Invalid value long type. Which means we're probably also missing invalid value double type. Oh. And yeah, a bunch of these do not actually have the word exception at the end of them. And I really wonder if we need this many exceptions. So yeah. We'll have to look at that. But I do need to add the word exception to the end of these, right? Because that's a convention that we need. God, stop it! All right. So we updated those. Which means, yeah, we're going to have some errors here now. That becomes that. This one becomes this, and this should be... I don't think there's a plugin for Android Studio. All right, so then this is where we get into the group lookup key not found exception. We're going to call this feature lookup key not found exception. Then from here, this one. Oh, wait, hold on. That's the wrong one. So that's feature lookup table. This one is also feature lookup table. And then environment lookup tables are these ones. All right, so we do that. And then over here in scheduler, we've probably got some other exceptions we need to handle. Ooh, we definitely don't want that right line. Oh, interesting. So we don't have any exceptions for these. So invalid schedule exception, we don't use. I don't think we use this. So yeah, we can simplify those a bit. So it's should feature type, should feature value type, invalid value feature type, and invalid value Invalid value type. I know it's not great, but I think it's actually better. But it does give us some errors now, because here we want to change these back. So instead of string type, we got value. Instead of long type, we got value. Okay, so we simplified the amount of exceptions we're going to have. Yeah, value is the function we're calling. Value type is a property on the feature. It's not ideal, but it follows a convention, and it follows the same pattern as our should feature type, etc. Maybe if we want to be more explicit, it's invalid value feature value type. I think I like that. Sure, it's a bit, bit verbose, but I'm okay with that. And that follows the convention even better. So yeah, boom, I think we're good. I'd say we have given the right exceptions here. We may want to go back and look at how the Rust is going now too, because some of that may be a little more explicit than we need it to be. I think in the Rust it makes sense because of the way like arguments are passed. So I think that might have to stay the way it is. So it's a little more explicit, or like, there's more exceptions in the Rust. I'm okay with that. So yeah, we're gonna call that good. I don't think this will actually break any tests, but we're fine with it for now. You can still use go build just to to test things if you want, just to make sure that you still compile. That's totally fine. If the tests end up needing to change, that's where we'd want to do something else. But I don't think the tests would actually have to change. So I think we're good. Yeah, I don't think there's anything you got to do that's different from just standard Go. Okay, so there we go. We've done the C#. We need to move on to the PHP. Yeah, no worries. It might get to the point where I just do it anyway. But if you want to do it yourself just to see how it works, that'd be cool. Up to you. Right? Don't feel any pressure about it. I do want to try and get this done, but I've got other things I need to work on, like other languages that need to be fine-tuned better. And I'm going to push up what I got because it might make more sense to look at the C# code, because in the Go, we might not need as explicit like separations of the exceptions. Sure. All right, so I pushed up my branch. It's features, clients, results, or specific exceptions. If you just want to look at that for the C# changes I made, because I don't think most of the other languages need to be as explicit with like separating out which function they were called in, etc. So yeah, I think there's actually just less exceptions to write if you look at the C# code and model your things after that. So yeah, what I'm going to do next is the PHP way. So there's the built-in exception class. Here's a custom exception. Is that the modern way of doing this? I'm not sure I like how this is working. And yeah, a lot of these comments are extremely old. Let's try and find like a modern approach to these things. Oof. I regret everything going to that site. Yeah, so we definitely want to do custom exceptions. So we're going to move on to the PHP code. All right, so here we've got invalid argument exception. Where is that even used? Aha, okay. So I think we're going to want to do the same exceptions we got over in the C sharp. And oh no, hold on. What did I do here? Ow. No, I think all that's fine. That's fine. That's no big deal. So we're going to go recreate all of those over here in the PHP code. First, I need to enable a bunch of extensions for PHP stuff, just for this workspace. All right, rest of that looks pretty good. So now, hold on. Yeah, that properly errors in all sorts of ways. So now, the next step is... we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 total classes. Nine total classes. Sweet. What about it? And what up, MD Fury? This looks exceptional. Ooh, I like it. Hell yeah, Space Case. I mean, it's what PHP stands for. Technically, it originally stood for personal homepage. And that's actually the original definition. Oop. All right, so they did some formatting for us. I'm okay with that part. We've now got all of these things, and there are 0 references to any of them. What we probably end up needing to do is put this to the side again. And then from here, we need to load up this. Hide that. And let's just start going through the list. And thanks. Totally not. Yeah. So get flags, set flags. We don't care about those. Not yet, at least. Sync flags. Nope. So yeah, should, custom string, and should. So I don't actually want to try catch this like that. We just want to do it directly, because that function is responsible for doing its own throw. I mean, twofuls, there's plenty of full stack monolithic applications that get made. Laravel. I would say if you're curious about it, look at all the things that Laravel offers these days. That is pretty much how you define modern PHP at this point. When you want to work on very, very large open source projects, you're mostly doing bug fixes, but you're usually lost. Already somewhat a contributor, but only did trivial tasks. I mean, you might want to check out the workshop that I'm going to be doing, especially if you use GitLens, right? It's GitLens related, so if you don't use GitLens, then it won't make any sense. But that's actually like the context of the workshop I'm doing. Hey, what if you're on a brand new project and you're assigned a task? How do you figure out where things related to that task might be? And I go through that process of, you know, how you might try and do it with regular Git tools, and then how the commit graph helps you like search through previous work and figure out who the subject matter experts for certain things are, etc. If you're not using GitLens in VS Code, you might check out GitKraken, and some of that information will still be relevant to you. What up, X Factor? How you doing? Yeah, exactly. If you're using VS Code and you're not using GitLens already, you should probably check it out. So toggle selective, gradual, and then bam, this is where this happens. All right, so what's a better extension? Oh, and what were you trying to make a link for? New vulnerability found in PHP? What's the vulnerability? Yeah, I mean that's pretty specific. Right? And really like, someone's not validating their inputs. That's also falls on application developers too. Right? You wouldn't call SQL injection a language vulnerability, would you? No, it's just user error. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Rust one either. Oh, it's related to older glibc versions. And hey, what up, Stygians? Hey, how you doing? Since when does Twitter have live streaming? I've seen a couple other people doing it. Yeah, I know Theo does it. I've seen a couple other streamers doing it too, so I figured I'd give it a shot. Definitely not as much viewership as some other platforms, but, maybe I need to build up. I think the big part is I'm not doing any tweets announcing it, right? I don't do an announcement tweet. Twitter gives you the option of not doing that. But also, they typically only show it to people that are already following you. So the bigger your follower list on Twitter, the more people will actually be able to get through and watch. So yeah, with only 4,000 or whatever that I got, it's not going to get that many views. But, the more people watch, the more they might recommend it. That'd be cool. Be a whole lot cooler if they did. But yeah, what are you up to, Sticks? Alright, so, yeah, I just uninstalled that PHP extension because it required a premium subscription for what is really, like, baseline functionality. No, it would be slash. I did not make GitLens. I work for the company that owns GitLens now. Our CTO did make GitLens. Hey, nice, Splicer. Yeah, you're gonna be doing some Python? Hell yeah. Yeah, make a new branch, push, and submit a PR. Yeah, exactly. It's not a strict requirement, but if you want to do something like, you know, feature, you know, specific errors, or, you know, feature slash client slash, you know, specific exceptions or specific errors technically in Go, that would be cool, right? Or like Go dash specific errors. But name it whatever you want. I don't think the name of the branch is actually a big deal. And what's up, SM Ace? We are doing some coding. All right, so we clean that part up. We get to here. We throw that exception, and then we want to do feature type for this. And this is actually the same one there. Twilight Arcade, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There you go. I like the wordplay there. All right, so yeah, we get rid of that. We get down here to these. This is then value type. That is feature type. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, SM. All right, and then this dot log. Yeah, let me read that in a second here, Dan. Okay. So, the Rust standard library did not properly escape arguments when invoking batch files with the .bat and CMD extensions on Windows using the command API. An attacker able to control the arguments passed to the spawn process could execute arbitrary shell commands by bypassing the escaping. This can be abused if you take unsanitized user input. All of this applies to CMD since it has its own splitting logic. Yeah, that sounds really similar. Not quite the same exact thing, but yeah, very similar there, Dan. I mean, you can still hang out and chat while we're working. I make great background noise while you're doing work. And yeah, what up, Chaotic? How you doing? Really good background noise when you're on the phone with the bank. Oof. This is my nightmare. Damn, 130, man. Dude, that's so cool. I wish Twitch had like a screen in which it showed like all of the like the highest watch streaks, right? Especially like, you know, required for people to share them, sure, but that'd still be really cool. Yeah, 130, man. Yeah, 130. That's crazy. Thank you. At this point, you got to get it to a full year, right? Yeah, 1 second, freaks. I'll do it right after I've finished with the PHP. Does that sound okay? A single day could break it. Yeah, exactly. And it's not something to like stress about. It's just kind of fun. No, that's fine, freaks. Yeah, we'll check it out. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah, what number does the watch streak break? Yeah, I think Pirate Software has someone who has one in the hundreds as well. Like, like 150 or something. Hmm. So yeah, I need to check this. Yeah, so that makes sense, Dan. I'm not sure we need the entire thing like spammed here though. Right? A link would have been sufficient. Yeah, 1,000 streams in a row. I don't know if they even count that high. I'd be really curious about that. I know, right? Yeah, it keeps going up. I don't know. Not sure, Tufels. So we do the value feature thing there. Right, so we're going to add another class here. No, it makes sense, Dan. No, I appreciate you sharing. I just think it was a lot of text. And, you know, not everyone necessarily finds it as valuable. All right, so then here, this is throw new exception there. We're not really injecting the string properly here. PHP string interpolation. I know there's a couple ways to do that. Ah, I see. So we need the brackets. All right, so brackets around it is the way to go. Oh, interesting. So we have to do it without spaces. And that's one of the only places we throw in here. Oh yeah, thank you for the follow there, Tryon Cali. It is good synthwave. Yeah, if you ever want a link, just do !song. Okay, so we'll throw there. I think that's fine. Did I remember to get that part here? I did not. Oh no, two fulls. That's brutal. Yeah, that sucks. Alright, so we did that part. Invalid value feature type exception. That one looks good too. And I see why. Hey. So yeah, we switched it up and now it does super villain and it imagines what your arch nemesis superhero would be named. Right? And does it scale? The thing we're building absolutely scales because it's just a static file. So yeah, this is quite possibly one of the most scalable feature flag systems ever created. You're welcome. Ooh, and Ryan, you're out there. I'm curious, right? Does Elixir have the concept of exceptions or named errors? Okay. So theoretically, def exception, all right. We probably want to be doing our erroring doing that. Does it support carrier pigeons? No. And carrier pigeons don't scale. Are there people out there that disagree with the scalability of static files? What is more scalable than a static file? But you're not going to be feature flagging an offline application, so it's irrelevant. Ah, gotcha, Alt F4. Ooh, clown shoes. Oh, that's such a good, like, way to talk some shit. Oh, right. That's definitely like a Jay and Silent Bob reference. Calling someone clown shoes. That's a very East Coast thing. Yeah. Sounds about right, though. It was a highly technical discussion, as I'm sure I can imagine. No, typically when people troll, they're not even putting in the effort. I imagine you just slapping them around with some knowledge. Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, not even using Galactus. Nobody knows of Galactus's pain. Do you even have an ETP system, the entropy tracking system? Come on. Wait, you haven't seen the microservices video? We're going to watch it right now. We're going to do it. Yep, we're going to do it. Don't tempt me with a good time. We're going to watch that one, and then we're also going to watch Bare Metalson. I don't know if you've seen the Bare Metalson one. Hold on. So let's get it showing. Bingo knows everyone's name out. The glazed look. Right, the product manager just glazing over as you like break down. Exactly. It's such a good video. All right, so then we're gonna do one more that I think is very relevant. Right, it's the Bare Metalson. You might have seen this one. You're sending out pagers. So yeah, those are my two favorite back-end focused videos. They're really good, right? Based Metalson. Ooh, there you go. He does kind of look a little bit like DHH, doesn't he? Yeah, exactly, X Factor. Yeah, DHH saw this video and saw no actual satire in it. He thought it was a really good idea. All right, let me get music playing again. So yeah, what else were you up to in your stream, Glasses? I'm curious about that. All right, besides dealing with the troll and talking about scaling. See, I think they were just confused. They used the word scaling when they actually probably meant molting, right? Because they're a lizard person, and you know nothing about shedding your skin like a lizard does. Right, it's a typical lizard person problem. Wiring up unscalable lambdas to an API gateway. Nice. And yeah, I don't know if you've seen, I'm not sure, how much you've done with it before, but I love the fact that art.codes does a lot of this for me. But using API gateway, you can even do like WebSockets and stuff, right? So if we look at WS here, they're basically just wiring up, your WebSocket and Lambda handlers to API gateway, which is pretty cool. Until I started using Architect, I didn't even realize that API Gateway could do the WebSocket stuff for you. So that's pretty awesome. You're still on V1? Got it. Yeah, I don't think I knew that distinction because this really does abstract away a lot of that stuff for me. Oh, so it's an already existing internal API gateway. Got it. All right, and you don't want to cause too much churn. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the thing we are currently working on is I'm getting real close to a version 1 of Vexilla, but we discovered that we should probably be doing better exception handling, right? Instead of just throwing a regular, just a raw exception, allow people to catch specific exceptions instead. And we did that for C# just now. I think, what's another one we just did it for? I forget. We probably need to do it for the Elixir. Ryan Winchester, if you're feeling froggy. Someone else has a PR for the Go version of it, right? So I didn't even know that in Go, you could actually do error.is and select upon specific error types. That sounds useful, so we're going to set that up for Go. We've got it for our Python code. We've got it for some other stuff. It doesn't make any sense to do that with JavaScript because you can't catch on a specific exception. But yeah, so we're basically just going through and realigning all of our SDKs so that hopefully I can do a release because I actually forget the date now. In a couple weeks, there's a feature flag super stream that I'm going to be a part of. And there's going to be people from Split and LaunchDarkly. There's 10 or 11 representatives from companies. And Aaron McHale Staples mentioned me and Vexilla, even though I don't even belong in the same room as most of those other providers. Still pretty cool that I'm included in it. So I'm trying to get this 1.0 release ready for that. So yeah, there's going to be just a big old feature flag super stream with a bunch of people in it. And that'll be fun. If you'd like to try consuming it, just let me know. Do I have the date? Yeah, it's on Twitter, I think. And I think I retweeted it and all that. Let me find it, though. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, ConfigCat, DevCycle, Dynatrace, Featbit, Flagsmith, Flipped, Growthbook, Open Feature, Go Feature Flag, Split, Harness, Launch Darkly, Statzig, and Unleash, as well as Vexilla. So yeah, May 9th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So yeah, that should be fun. I do not have open feature support. That's definitely something I want to do, but probably not going to happen in time for this. I do think we can do our 1.0 release and some other things, though. So yeah, pretty stoked. So yeah, I want to finish up the PHP before I go and inspect the pull request that someone made for the Go stuff, which we're going to check out here pretty soon. And then, yeah, I think we're really close here. So yeah, we're going to continue down that path. I don't think I'm throwing all of the exceptions I end up needing, so we'll put some work into that. But we at least got a few of them. If we look at feature, let me go look at my types real quick. Right. Ooh, and hold on. This actually needed to be renamed. This is just exceptions. I don't think we worry about putting them all in their own file. Not quite like we did over here. That should be fine. When we get to value feature here, this is the only thing that's going to have that value type prop. So we almost need to do a lookup for value feature as well. That's some logic that lives on environment here. And we can move this over for now. Right, so we're doing get value int, get value string, get value float. What I think we end up needing to do is a get value feature as well. And let me double check. Get selective, get gradual, get toggle. We've got a base get feature. So yep, that part's fine. It's really just this like sub property for value that we care about. So what I want to do here then is, yeah, we're going to do this or that. right? So then these checks end up needing just one more thing there, because we don't want to check on number type alone. Okay, so there we go. Let's format this a little better. Yeah, let's format that a little better. And yeah, we don't have any like auto formatting for PHP right now, and that's a little annoying. Yes, we'll call that good. What I want to do then over here in client is then a fetch of these things. Peachy P? I'm guessing you mean P achy P? But yeah, keep in mind, we are just making SDKs. So we need to be where developers are. And I'm borrowing that from my current job. So, right, PHP makes up easily 60% of the web still. I think it might be higher than that. At that point, you would be crazy not to build an SDK for PHP for any dev tool that you're trying to build. What do you mean? Hypertext is the new hotness. Just ask HTMX. No, WordPress is only 40% of the internet. There is still a good 20 or 30% of the internet that is not WordPress. That is still PHP, though. Yeah. And when we say of the internet, that's like the Alexa or whatever the name of it is, right? The top 100,000 like websites like list. So it's not indicative of the entire internet. It's only what is measurable. And so keep in mind, 8, in a lot of those cases, it ends up being a popularity contest because there are more people using PHP and Laravel. They're inherently going to win something like that. But Laravel does do a lot of really cool things. Right? I would say Laravel is not the only thing that makes it so good. It's also the other stuff that they've spun up around it. Right? Like just the other services and things that they build out for you to just consume. So yeah, Taylor Otwell has done a really good job of making the Laravel ecosystem really healthy. You're part of the OG Laravel IRC support team? Nice. Yeah, I was more into Symfony, which Laravel consumed parts of, which is genius, right? I think the most important thing is really the fact that the PHP Fig, or Framework Interop group, is so influential. Because that is the thing that actually drove a lot of this stuff, right? By making these PSRs and other things that you can get like interoperability with other tools, it gives you like the idiomatic kind of like feeling of Go at that point, where if something isn't using the standard library's definition of what a request and a response are, it's unidiomatic Go code. In a similar way, PHP established their own like standards, like recommendations along those lines. And it's like the auto loading, right? The caching interfaces, what the request and responses are for like messages, things like that. It had to be a series of just specifications because they can't force that on anyone else. But it's still pretty damn cool. Right? An HTTP client, like specification. If you're not following these things and you're building tools for PHP, if you don't follow them, you're probably not going to get a lot of adoption. So yeah, I think this is the number one thing that has kept PHP relevant. If they didn't do something like this, I don't think we'd see Laravel as popular as it is. So here's the thing that might make a few people throw up in their mouth a little bit. For this project, I'm targeting PHP 7.4. And I want to do a good blog post about why I'm targeting that. But basically, it gets us a 90% coverage of WordPress users and PHP users in general. Yeah, exactly. Like PSR2 was something that people really, really pushed back on. But nowadays, just use it, right? It's like prettier. You might not agree with everything it does, but it really does cut down on the arguments around it. Because those arguments are meaningless. Like, they don't affect your code quality in any way. Ooh, and you know what? The way I'm doing this might be an issue, because instead it should just probably be an error from getting the value float. .x just adds a lot of warnings for silly things. It adds a bunch of features that we wanted to be able to use that we can't. So that is a bit of a bummer, but here, broad compatibility, right? I want to target 90% of consumers, which is why I'm still targeting Python 3.6. I need to target 90% of consumers within a specific language. And yeah, I need to make I actually made a blog post about that and I forgot about it. Right? Modern PHP has so many nice features, none of which I can actually use. But if we look at usage numbers, all right, there's still 20% of users on PHP 7.4. I can't throw that away. When we look at older stuff, yep, that's less than 10%. And by adding these up, we get pretty close to 90. So yeah, pretty cool. Very similarly, right, we can see a slice of WordPress users, right? It is still used in a shockingly large portion of the internet. And they took great care to not introduce too much churn. And when we start looking at it, when we look at the 7.4 in the PHP usage of things, yeah, that's like 50% of PHP users as of whenever this was taken, right? So then we still get the 90% threshold, even for PHP users, if we do 7.4, because it's forward compatible at least. So yeah, your host at work is 7.3, and this may not work for you. But if you end up wanting to use it, I'll happily take on a services contract, right? To help you write a custom client. Wink, you know? Because, yeah, I can't possibly solve everyone's use case. I have to do my best effort. So then, yeah, for Python, a lot of cool new features, but we still see that Python 3.6 is a massive portion of PHP users as of 2023, like December. Right? For Kotlin, we do a similar thing. We need to make sure we're targeting the 90%. So, yep, we still target the JVM version 8. Is what it is. So, yeah, those are mainly the languages that we care about. I probably need to add a little bit more to this blog post, right? Like the banner image or something or whatever, right? I have another blog post that I think will be fun about how we end up doing our hashing algorithm for gradual releases. And if we end up finishing this up, right, what we're doing today, pretty quickly, maybe we move on to writing up that blog post. So yeah, I don't know. I think by building out good blog posts that kind of like speak to why we made some like design decisions, etc., with what we built, it at least helps establish us as like thinking about the things that matter. But yeah, I don't have a DevRel person to pay to do this stuff because I'm the DevRel person at this point. So I'm not sure how often I'll be able to actually release out new posts, but I at least got a couple planned. Yeah, it's just a measure of the command tabs. Oh, I got you, right? Because otherwise it would bump by 2. Technically, the counter only bumps when we do the command. It's the amount of times the command has been run. So it's not how many people have mentioned it, it's the amount of times that we call people out for it. I used to just delete the messages of people that said the word tabs that were especially like new users, but explaining why their command got deleted or why their message got deleted ended up taking just as much time as saying like, hey man, such a boring conversation to talk about the tabs. I figure there's enough new people here from the raid that it's worth explaining at least once. But my new goal is to basically just keep ignoring people that mention those tabs commands. Not the people in general, but when you do mention it. Because there's zero value in having that conversation for the 600th time. You know? There you go. There you go. And Ryan, I am really curious. Like, I want to finish up what we're doing here with the PHP because I'm really curious about how we should do it for the Elixir code in a like idiomatic way. If you're willing to just take it and run with it, that'd be even cooler, but no expectation, no stress. I do have you listed as a contributor on the website, though. I hope you're okay with that. I'm pretty sure there was something in the CLA that said, yep, by contributing, you've given me permission to do so. But maybe there isn't. I don't know. You can look at it next time you stream? Yeah, I mean, if you're still hanging out here when I finish up the PHP part, I could at least, like, ask you some questions about it. And if you want, you could even come on as, like, a guest. Totally up to you. I would hope that we probably have it done by the next time you stream. Because I want to move on to other stuff. I want to build out a tool that uses Piranha. Right? So if anyone here has not heard of Piranha, it's a tool by Uber to help you like refactor code based upon your feature flags. Yeah, no worries. Yep, no stress. And it'll probably take me a little bit to finish up the PHP anyway. So yeah, no worries. And yeah, I forget, you're East Coast, aren't you? So it's getting late. I am planning, probably not, like I didn't do it this week. Oh, 8:30 p.m. Wait, are you like Newfoundland, like Canada, like way over there? I feel like you might have told me that and I totally forgot. You're east of Maine, you got another time zone. Yeah, exactly. Do you remember Brett or Brett Damon? They are also like over in that Canadian, like east of Maine type situation too. Yeah, I always find it like interesting the fact that I didn't even know that existed, and then all of a sudden I've met multiple people here on Twitch that are from there. You know, like it really does flatten the world a bit. Not literally. But yeah, like we are connected to people all over the world just from streaming that you'd never expect. I really like that aspect of it. Yeah, we got plenty of people in the EU, but I do want to point out that like 4 hours time difference? Isn't that the middle of the Atlantic? No, there's actually a part of Canada that is totally 4 hours away from the West Coast here. Ah, you have the same time as Brazil for half the year. But then do you guys do like daylight savings and they don't or something? Or maybe vice versa? Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, really quick to just like chime in and talk about Piranha. I want to build a tool that consumes polyglot Piranha and helps you identify feature flags that are maybe like stale, right? Oh, I'm absolutely down, Space Case, for sure. Yeah, Saturday nights with Algo Bro, Acorn, and Robotic Head, we do like a 4-person group. But yeah, Friday nights or other nights of the week, I'm down. Like, some days I need to, like, focus on work. Sorry for the burps. But yeah, it's a fun game. I'm happy to give it a shot. Yeah, happy to game with you. I do want to set up Friday night trivia streams again. Or not trivia, but like Jackbox games. And yeah, Ryan, Space Case, anyone's invited, really. It was a fun thing that Alt-F4 stream did for a long time. I'm thinking about reviving it. I'm thinking about putting the band back together. Yeah, exactly. And I have pretty much all of the Jackbox games, so I can totally host. If we get trivia going, I'm pretty good. We'll have to see if Glass's partner wants to join, because she wins a lot. Dearsay, that's the name. I don't know why my brain was spacing on it. I mean, I assume we're playing tonight because I haven't heard anyone say that they're not around. Naughty Knitter's pretty good at trivia too. All right, yeah, I think we'll have a good crew. So yeah, I'm thinking about starting that up again Friday nights. Next Friday is probably going to be the first edition of it. I just need to make sure I don't consume too much whiskey before those. Ooh, Space Case. Yeah, how do you know that? It makes sense to me. I wiggle my toes when my toes are cold. So, same thing. But yeah, someone asked like how well Piranha works on large code bases. I mean, Uber uses it on their code base, and they are very feature flag heavy. So I would assume it works pretty good. And yeah, this is a good playlist. All right, so let's get back to our PHP code. And man, yeah, I had a headache earlier. It is gone now, thanks to the whiskey. So yeah, you know what? I think we leave that, and inside of the environment get value float stuff, we end up doing something different. You're watching a video about it now? Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Whiskey cures headaches? No, it only works for, like, my headache, right? Because I get the cluster-style headache behind the left eye right here. And for the most part, opening up blood vessels really helps, which alcohol does pretty well. I've heard some other techniques for dealing with it, which involve like, chugging hot sauce, icy hot on your forehead, things like that. I've heard this from another cluster headache sufferer as well. For me, whiskey is like the only way I've guaranteed fixed it before. And often when the cluster headache is hitting, not a precursor like I had this morning, when the cluster headache itself is hitting, the whiskey doesn't actually solve it. It just lets me actually like pass out through it. Right? When the actual like cluster headache attack is happening, it's not gonna help. I just need to be able to pass out through it. But right? Cluster headaches specifically mess with your... Is it the hippocampus? It's like a part of your brain that regulates sleep, basically, which is why cluster headaches can wake you up from sleep as well. I don't think it's the hippocampus. I think it's another part that I'm forgetting the name of. I mean, we could go look at it real quick. Come on, where's the Wikipedia? Did I miss it? Hypothalamus. That's it. Yes. Not hippocampus. It's so similar, though, right? So, yeah, the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is the thing that regulates your sleep patterns and does all sorts of stuff. And shit, hold on. This reminds me of a film that I ended up seeing at a bar the other night. Or not the other night, a couple weeks ago, actually. Right after Seattle JS, we go and hang out at some bars and, like, do our thing. But then after that, everyone leaves by, like, midnight because they gotta work in the morning. Lame. And I head over to another bar that does karaoke on Wednesday nights. And I hang out there, and they had a movie playing that was by, I think, the writer of The Reanimator. And it had, like, the actor from The Reanimator as well. It's like The Beyond or something? But hold on, let me double check it. The Reanimator. Right. Jeffrey Combs here is, like, the actor. And you might recognize Jeffrey Combs from The Frighteners, where he plays, like, the crazy FBI agent. But basically, yeah, what is the film? Wait, hold on. There's going to be oh, Masters of the Universe Revolution. Got it. I guess he's a big voice actor these days, which I did not know. But back in the 80s, I think the 80s, he did a film. Wait, he was in The Guyver? Oh, shit. I don't remember him from that. He was in Robot Jox? I love Robot Jox. From Beyond. This movie's gnarly. Like, whoa. Like, really gnarly. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is there's, like, some part of your brain... Hold on. Do they actually mention that part here? Nah, there's, like, a part of the brain that, like, becomes a major plot point in the film that I don't want to spoil too much, but the film's pretty old, so you've had time. But yeah, it's an interesting movie. I was glued to it while, like, winding down after Seattle JS. Yeah, here you see, like, the part of his brain, like, growing and poking through and all that stuff. Yeah, super gnarly. Wait, Robot Jox was one of your favorite movies, yeah. The Crash and Burn thing, though, I don't remember that at all. What was the Crash and Burn part? I love that movie, though. Yeah, it's a great film. We had someone here in chat at one point be like, I don't watch anything that has less than a 6 on IMDb. Cool, right? Enjoy being that close-minded. There are some great films that you'll be able to watch if you throw that rule away. And Robot Jox is one of them. Ice Pirates is another. Arena is another. So Rumple, yeah, I know that reference, but I don't think that's related. Crash and burn. Oh, and they did like the fist bump. That's right. Crash and burn. Yeah, that's right. Okay, good call. It always got me that like the good guy scientist in Robot Jocks was like the bad guy in Robot Wars. Was that guy just totally typecast for those kind of like B movies? And yeah, so Binary Block, one more movie that you might be maybe haven't seen yet is Arena, which is also just a fun, cheesy, it's like space blood sport, basically. Hold on, where's the IMDb for it? It's got a bunch of people from like Deep Space Nine in it. But yeah, it's basically just blood sport in space. Which sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly. It's a fun movie. I do recommend it. And it's free on Tubi TV. Right? If you're here in the US, Tubi TV is a great place to see a bunch of movies. Like, it's actually kind of crazy how many good movies they end up having, like, a lot of the time. Oh, From Beyond was a Lovecraft story? That makes a lot more sense, actually, Cinder. Ah, yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. He might have been a terrible human being, but he wrote some good stories. Oh, hold on. Did I not copy the Tubi TV? Oh, you're right. Yeah, so just tubitv.com. Yeah, so I think I'm going to be really selective about it. And maybe I don't even use it. Maybe I just use Tree Sitter. Right? Because I think they're using Tree Sitter under the hood anyway. Right? It's Rust code, so it makes sense that they'd just be consuming Tree Sitter. Ooh, use Polyglot Piranha. Yeah, Tree Sitter utilities. Yep. So, yeah, whether we end up using Piranha specifically or whether I end up just doing my own Tree Sitter crawling, I think there's still a lot of value to it. Sorry, itchy ear. But yeah, okay, so we're going to dig back into finishing up the PHP stuff. And yeah, I think here, if we haven't found that feature, then we got a problem. But realistically, we can move that exception into the environment class. So I actually kind of want to do this, right? Because then we just let it bubble up. We let the user kind of like consume and wrap things. And real quick, sorry, Figs, thank you for that follow. That was a little bit ago, but thank you. Happy to have you around. All right, so here's one that we can easily replace. We need to bring those in, and that is just in getRealObjects, but it's not the same as getRealIDs. I hate that there's no... Right, like, some of these aren't existing as we expected. So then, yeah, we just need to do a use, and let me just do this part. So I know we're using that one. And bam, all right, so we're not using that. So we get all of our exceptions imported. We solve a bunch of the errors here. What I think I want to do is, right, we simplify what happens inside of these functions. And then those are totally fine. There might be some other things we want to do, but I think really environment and then get selective, etc., those throw their own errors. So that'll actually bubble up. So then we need to look at how some of these other things end up working. So I think what we've got so far with this is good to go. We probably want to remove things that are not called there. Yeah, and then from there, we want to go to environment.php, and this is where we need to add a bunch of other logic. So instead of return null, we probably just want to throw. So yeah, getting a feature. Environment feature not found. Let me look at how we're doing this in client. I do that after the namespacing. All right, so we do that one there. Awesome. Toggle feature not found in environment. Yep. We do the same thing here. Gradual feature not found in environment. Can I use the question mark operator? I don't think I can. I don't even know where that actually is. All right, null coalescing operator PHP. That's what they call it. All right. So that is PHP 7. It does look like 7.4 would support it. Oh, interesting. All right. And where are you proposing that I use it? Yeah, one sec. Sorry, I gotta pee. And I'm back. Yeah, so where do you think the question mark is useful? All right, so we tried to install and use this other extension. I don't think it's actually that useful, so we're going to uninstall it. We're going to reinstall the PHP one. Right, we just won't use any of the premium features, because I don't do PHP often enough to pay for an extension like that. And all right, so we can end up seeing which one of these actually is referenced anywhere. And yeah, there's a few that just have 0 references. But I think I like what we got so far. I would say we've probably done the PHP better at this point. We're doing PHP right now, but we've got a bunch of languages that we work with. All right, so someone went and created a PR for us for adding specific errors to the Go client. So hold up. Are you still out there? Dirk, sorry to dead name you. Hopefully you're okay with that level of doxing. Yeah, cool, freaks. Yeah, sorry, GitHub actually, like, showed your real name. I hope you're okay with that. I know some people here on Twitch want to maintain anonymity, so... Yeah, my bad. Okay, cool. I do need you to sign the contributor license agreement before we can merge this in. Ooh, so I do appreciate what you did here, but this is not quite what we were looking for, because we still want the user to be able to do a Vexilla, or sorry, not Vexilla, errors.is. And all they would be able to do is detect Vexilla error. So instead, the message for a specific error, right? Like, we actually want, like, specific errors here. So invalid should feature type would actually be, you know, like a Vexilla error of its own. Right? So if we go look at like errors.is and look at Go code, there are going to be cases in which someone might take errors.is, pass the error, and then see if it's a specific kind of error. Right? So context.canceled is its own unique error. And that is much nicer than having to match on, like, you know, regular expressions of what the message contains or things like that. Right? Because the message could change, but the class should probably stay the same in a lot of cases. Right? So error.is context.canceled or error.is context.deadline exceeded. Right? Being able to do this type of, like, error checking would be useful to some users. So yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you sooner than this. Best way to learn Python? There was a dude named Al Swigert who wrote a book called Automate the Boring Stuff. I've heard a lot of people say that that's a great way to learn Python. And it's free online. All right, so I'd check out pretty much anything he makes. He's great. Thinking Python and Learn Python the Hard Way are two others. Sure. Are they free online, though? And I think that's like the main thing that separates this from a lot of other things. This is a book he wrote, right, that is through some publisher, I forget which. And yeah, pretty cool. But you don't have to pay for it whatsoever. Instead, you can just read it free online. If you want to help support him, then yeah, maybe buy it as well. That way you can have a hard copy and you can, you know, treat it like the like a comic book you're collecting kind of thing. I like that idea. But he used to stream here on Twitch. I haven't seen him for a while, but I think he still does. Think Python is online and free. That's awesome. But the hard way one might not be. Gotcha. Right? Another invent with Python. Maybe support him if you want. He does all sorts of just really cool stuff. And yeah, just in case, we'll do a quick shout out. I don't know if he's streamed in a long time, but yeah, it's a good stream to hang out on. For like just seeing how a Python developer kind of works in general. So yeah, freaks. Does what I'm saying make sense? Because I think technically you wouldn't be able to do that like errors.is and checking for a specific error type, right? And that's really what I think we want to enable for people consuming our library. But great start. I really do appreciate it. Like, this is cool, man. Thank you for trying to contribute. Would you like to take another stab at it? Yep. Yeah, no worries. Awesome. So yeah, have at it. But I think, yeah, the key is throwing a specific error type. And hold on, let me... Right, here's like an example of it. I'm not saying do exactly what they're doing, but just being able to check if an errors.is a specific kind of error, that's the main goal. Now, I don't know what context here means, but yeah, still like being able to like, you know, sniff a specific error. That would be the main goal. Yeah, I'm not sure this is actually a good pattern to follow, right? They're doing this whole like get implementer stuff. I think just basically like, you know, something that allows you to do an errors.is check. That would be the main goal. So I don't know where context, like this is probably not a great example. So my bad. But we can see that 900,000 things finding errors.is in a bunch of different places. You know, kind of makes sense. Yeah, where is user coming from? So yeah, have at it. I'll let you do the Go thing. We probably want to look at the Elixir stuff next. And yeah, as far as your PR goes, let me double check that. It might make sense to do your branch or to do your thing as like targeting, instead of targeting Vexilla main, maybe targeting the branch that I'm working on. Then I could merge it into this branch, and then we merge it all together. If, you know, I don't think that's important, so don't worry about that. Nah, that's fine. I appreciate you, like, putting in the effort, though. Thank you, freaks. That's really cool of you. Oh, and you even wrote some good tests, too? Oh, that's cool, man. That's fine, and yeah, I don't want to discourage you in any way, so I really appreciate you, like, you know, having at it, like, trying. If you do have questions along the way that you're unsure of, just go ahead and ask. And yeah, Padsky, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, get some sleep. We'll see you again soon. But yeah, this is awesome, freaks. Like, yeah, super cool, man. I would say anyone else that considers themselves a Go aficionado, not expert, but like you really enjoy working with Go, help me with maybe reviewing what Freaks does, because I know less about specific error types in Go. I just, hey, if error doesn't equal nil, do my thing. Or if error, right, if error doesn't equal nil, handle it. Or return out of the function or whatever. That's my extent of dealing with errors in Go. But I haven't written that many libraries for Go. I am, like, My experience with Go is as an application developer, not a library author. So I am really less versed in how that part works. Yeah, it's actually really cool, Space Case, yeah. And yes, I think, no, instead, Freaks, target Vexilla main. That way, when I squash the branch that I'm working on to merge it in, it doesn't, like, remove your contribution. I'm pretty sure there's a way I can make sure it doesn't, but I could see me messing that up. So yeah, feel free to target main. I think that's totally fine. But another big part of it is also you're not going to only modify exceptions and exceptions test Go. You're also going to want to modify the client where we are doing some of those errors. So if I look at my Go code, let me get to it real quick. I got too many things open. Right, if we go look at my Go code inside of client.go here, when we start digging into something like the should function, or should custom string actually, the error that we're doing, right, that should be a specific error type. Now, here with get real IDs, that's a different thing, but client.getRawFeature, that might need to be a specific error type or something. Right here where we're doing just format error F, that would be a great use case for one of these custom error types. So yeah, use your best judgment to, you know, to figure out what error type this should actually be. And if, you know, treating the other things as like a source of truth, if you need to create a specific error type for each one of these that isn't represented in the Rust, go for it. Yeah, if you want to look at the branch that I'm working on currently, which is feature clients, results, or specific exceptions, there might be a little bit more there, like looking at the C# or the PHP that we just did. I'm not going to say that either one is like the perfect source of truth, but basically just this is the part that I think we want to fix the most. Where I'm doing format.errorf, this should actually be a specific error type instead. That way people could do the error.is stuff if they want. I don't know why they would want to, but this is an exercise in making things idiomatic for Go, and I think that's a good exercise. But again, I think the biggest thing is thank you so much for contributing, man. It's awesome. So yeah, the PHP we just finished. We got someone working on the Go. Python, I think we got now too. I think the Elixir is the next one we end up doing. And then, yeah, let me look at Swift. Right? So here in the Swift, instead of just throw, we might want to do like specific error classes as well. So anyone here consider themselves a Swift fan or aficionado? Because, yeah, I think if we look at types here, right? Yeah, so make a proper error enum for Vexilla client instead of just doing the string error thing. And if no one out here considers themselves like wanting to get involved with, you know, the Swift version of this, we'll get to it eventually. The basic gist is we want to replace this, you know, extension of error to string or whatever, right? And we want to create specific error types that you could maybe like catch yourself, right? So the question is basically, would you be willing to make a PR that changes this throw into a specific like error type or exception type or whatever? And if the answer is no, that's totally fine. You're not going to offend me, right? I'm asking for free labor. You should never feel bad about saying no to that. But it could be a good way to get one of your first like open source contributions going, or, you know, something like that. Like kind of how Freaks is doing it. If you want to get your profile picture forever emblazoned in this list, that could be worthwhile. But yeah, I think our next step is we want to do it for the Elixir code next. Honestly, I don't think you need to be good. This is actually a fairly straightforward thing. I mean, sure, there will be hiccups. There will be, like, comments on the PR, probably. But if you haven't done much open source contribution and you want to do at least one, like, this is better than just fixing typos in someone's README, right? And it could be a good learning experience. Yeah, Swift really likes enums for cases, errors, state management, all that, right? So yeah, here, right, in my types file, I even call out that we should probably make a proper error enum instead. Right, we've got scheduling and decoding errors, but we don't have just like the other error types that we kind of need in our application, because I took the lazy way out by just doing throw string because of how we like did the extensions. So yeah, if you want to try tackling building out an enum for that, I'd be happy for you trying to do so. If not, don't feel obligated. Totally fine. Plenty of these things are things that I know I could totally do myself. Do I have it requested on GitHub? I don't have an issue for it yet. It is kind of wrapped up in like an existing issue that is more generic. Right? So use results in languages where they are idiomatic and add specific exceptions to appropriate languages, right? So instead, if you wanted to create your own issue for it and then create the PR for that specific issue, that would probably be worthwhile. Otherwise, I could do it, you know, I could create the issue too. I created this issue mainly because I was expecting to do all of the languages myself in one branch. Whereas instead, if we want to split out languages, we can totally do that. So I could create an issue for the Go, and then Freaks could tag closes issue number in their PR. We could do the same thing for you doing the Swift as well. That said, that's only if you want to do it. No big deal if not. We're doing a static file-based get native feature flag tool. I know that's a lot of words kind of thrown together, but it makes sense when we kind of like think about it. But yeah, no worries. So yeah, I'm going to do that right now. We're going to create a new issue. Use specific errors instead of generic errors in Go. And yeah, so freaks, if you want to chime in on this issue for the Go, that way I can assign it to you, and we're good to go. I'm going to do the same thing for the Swift. You know, we at least have some people that might be interested in doing it, so I think it's totally worth it. So basically, if you go over to the issue that I just created and just make a comment like, I'd like to do this, then I can assign it to you. But I can't just randomly assign things to people that haven't, you know, chimed in, basically. Yep, no worries. All right, and then we got the Swift one as well. All right. So the part that we're actually moving on to, right? We just did the PHP. We just did C# previous to that. Here's the Elixir code. All right, so we end up seeing that there is the native exception type in Elixir. Here we go. Creating custom exceptions in Elixir. So there is no golden rule that covers when to use exceptions, especially custom ones. If the form input you send to your server does not pass validation, there are better expressions to use, such as an error tuple. Right? So yeah, this is where I'd probably want to like reach out to Ryan Winchester to know like what he would prefer as a consumer of Elixir libraries. Should we be throwing, or should we be doing a specific error type as part of like an error tuple instead? All right, what is the most idiomatic approach? Yeah. So because we are building a library or an SDK, this is absolutely a case for what we're trying to do, right? But most of us are not writing libraries. We are writing applications that consume libraries. Right? So you could reasonably expect that a webhook endpoint environment variable is set on a machine where your application is deployed. If it's not, that's a misconfiguration. To paraphrase the earlier definition of exceptions from Stack Overflow, it's a fundamental assumption of the current code being false. Right? And passing this to HTTP client, that would throw its own exception. But what if you wanted to do a more specific one, right? So yeah, if a consumer were to switch their HTTP client for another, the exceptions would be different. And then, you know, they have to change everything they're doing versus just you as a library author wrapping that for them and them knowing that, hey, this thing that we were expecting is always the same. Okay? So yeah, I get that. Oh, and it's, oh, he wasn't even kidding. It is def exception. I did not know that. Okay. right? So we could create a configuration error module. That module is part of webhook sender, so then it's inherently available as configuration error, and we just pass the message as we see fit. I kind of like that. Clearly shows where it came from. Yep. Yes, I think we definitely want to do this for a lot of the things that we are assuming, right? That maybe the developer assumed in a certain context. I think most of this stuff is an exception. And yeah, freaks, if you have any questions, feel free, jump in. Just because I'm working on the Elixir part right now, I'm totally open to chat about your Go experience as well. So, totally up to you. So that's a little interesting to me. Okay. All right, so if I look at what we're doing here, we got types, sure. And that's where we ended up doing a bunch of these, like, what is it? Like, typed struct kind of stuff. Yeah, use typed struct. We do that for a few things, but not for everything, it seems. Ah, right. So we got our enums, basically, here at the top. But then once we get into things that we would deserialize from the JSON payload, that's where we start doing typed struct. And then that's where a bunch of this stuff kind of like jumps in. Cool. All right. So yeah, I don't want to bore y'all completely while I'm kind of like digging into and re-understanding my Elixir code. I got a question. Who here actually has like an indoor herb garden? Is there a specific device that you recommend for such a thing? Or should I just build out some flower beds and have some like lights that I just rig up myself? Ken Wheeler recommended one like Arrow Garden or something like that. Yeah, he recommended a bunch of these like Arrow Garden solutions. Does anybody have any like experience or preferences with these things? So what I want to grow is like herbs for cooking with. So I want to grow some rosemary, cilantro, maybe basil. Rosemary and cilantro are the big ones. Oh, chives. Chives would be another good one. And when I say chives, I mean chives, which are like the smaller green onion, but also like the larger just green onion, right? So yeah, maybe like 3 or 4 different varieties of like herb for cooking with. Because I hate having to go to the store for cilantro, you know? I hate having to go to the store for fresh rosemary. Right now, the store is like a block away, but if I move somewhere cheaper, it might be farther. And then, yeah, I definitely need an herb garden at that point. I am not 100% sold on some of these things because I could always just wire up my own pots and my own lighting system. The only thing these would give me is like automated watering, which makes a lot of sense when I consider the fact that I want to go out of town for like conferences and things like that, right? I mean, it's a hypothetical move. I'm locked into this place until April of next year. Right? I signed another year-long lease, so I'm still locked into this place. Where am I thinking of moving? That I'm not sure of. I really want to move somewhere cheaper with access to snowboarding. Right? Like closer access to snowboarding. But I also want like a pretty good like startup scene, like not startup, but like meetup scene. So that really does limit me. There's Salt Lake City, Utah, which could work, but how many people would actually hang out after the meetup and like go drink and party a bit? Basically none, right? You know, Salt Lake City would not be the place to go if I like to party a bit. Lake Tahoe would be pretty solid, but the meetup scene would be terrible. I could drive into San Fran for the meetup scene, but that's 4 hours away, so I'd be sleeping in my car after, you know, like a meetup, which is doable. With my current car, that sucks, but yeah, I want to upgrade the car that I have here eventually. Maybe I know people that live in San Fran that would let me crash on a couch. But how many would be stoked on me calling them up at 1 a.m. like, hey, you got a place for me to sleep? So there's that. I mean, often for meetups? No. I only go to a meetup like once a month, so driving out once a month would be fine. Technically, Lake Tahoe sounds pretty good because I might want to do the Y Combinator thing at some point. And then driving 4 hours once a week for the Y Combinator thing would probably be worth it still. Tahoe is not cheap, however. So that kind of like, you know, messes things up a bit. Tahoe is actually like way up on the list though. I really do like being here in Washington. Utah has super strict liquor laws. So here's the big thing there, Four Wheel. If you are buying well whiskey, then yeah, the whiskey comes out of a gun. If you're buying upper shelf whiskey, yeah, they pour it like any other bar does, and they pour it into the thing and then pour it in, right? So yeah, like, sure, they might be more strict about like good measurements, so you're not gonna get like hooked up. I'm actually not looking to get hooked up most of the time because I'm trying to actually like pace myself and party the whole night. I've also heard snowboarding in Utah fucking sucks if you're trying to like ride on a weekend. But I don't want to ride on weekends. Weekdays are fine for me, so that would be okay too. Right? I don't ride Stevens Pass here on the weekends either because it really sucks. And it would be kind of nice to have property in Utah for the eventual case of them legalizing weed, because it'll happen eventually because they like tax revenue. So I can definitely picture Utah eventually having legal weed. Even if it takes like the federal laws making it happen, it'll happen eventually, right? But you're going to want to have property bought there before that happens, because then it's going to be just as expensive as the rest of the world, or the rest of the country, you know? Denver is not on my list because Denver is extremely expensive. I don't know if I'm looking to buy. In Utah, I could afford to buy. In Washington here, I could afford to buy at one of those like mobile home kind of like areas. And I don't mean like RVs, I mean like, yeah, they're like manufactured mobile homes. And there's a bunch of those around. I could afford one of those. I can't afford like a really nice house though. In Utah, I could afford an actual house instead of that because, you know, price differences. Basically trailer park style, but it's not like Trailer Park Boys, where like the trailers are exposed and you could like hook them up and like drive out immediately. These are mobile homes where they're basically pre-manufactured and driven into the lot. So it's slightly different, but it's very similar. Right? I looked at basically a mobile home park over in like Bremerton area. If I get myself like a $150K like mobile home, it'll cost me like $1,000 a month on the mortgage. I'm paying $3,000 where I live right now for rent. Yeah, dude, like $1,000 a month? I could actually live off of like content creation at that point. Not quite. Like I only make maybe like $500 a month from like Twitch here. But if I start really like dedicating myself to the YouTube thing, I can be good to go. Can I get fiber there? Probably not. Yeah, so that would be like a big consideration too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, I pay $3,000 a month for basically like 800, maybe 900 square feet as an apartment. 1,500 for a house in Atlantic Canada. Yeah. How close is like good snowboarding though? I can't live somewhere that I can't go snowboard. I just can't do it. Poley Mountain's okay. 30 minutes away? That's not bad. That's not bad. It's doable. There's places in Oregon I could move to as well. But the meetup scene in Oregon sucks. Better stuff an hour or two further? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I could live East Coast. I don't know if I could do it. $6 hours for snowboarding where you're at? Yeah, right? So, like, nah. Would not be for me. So far, it seems like Utah, Washington, or Oregon, possibly Lake Tahoe, are like the only places I would consider moving to. Upstate New York? Their mountains are not mountains. I like riding powder. They don't get much powder. And if they do get powder, it's not steep enough to actually, like, do it well. Yeah, I'm kind of spoiled. Like, I know, I'm being really selective here. But for my own sanity, I kind of have to. Yeah, I know I could move all sorts of places way cheaper. But there, Acromex, right? You're new out here. Have I ever launched a software as a service? What's my take on the indie hacking thing? So let me put it this way. We haven't seen him for a while, and maybe I put him off a little bit with my phrasing previously. I definitely regret it, for sure. But Levels.io used to hang out here and chat, and, like, he's an awesome dude. We both follow each other on Twitter. Like, he's awesome. He does have moments where he's more contentious than I think he should be, but he knows what he's doing, so whatever. Is that like a pun on his name? Like Levels, right? Like, are you talking about an obtuse angle? So not quite level? Boom, nailed it. Was that a pun? Yeah, I like that. Good job, Ryan. That's solid. I like it. But yeah, I think Levels.io usually means well. He is very quick to block people on Twitter, but I think he's a good dude. And Rox Codes is a very good dude. If Rox Codes considers Levels a friend, then yeah, like, you know, I don't care how people conduct themselves on Twitter. I just simply, if I find what they say offensive more often than not, I'll just mute them. Yeah, the Primogen. I consider Prime a friend, though. I like him as a person. I just really dislike his Twitter persona. Right? Him as a person, he prides himself on being a good role model, etc. His Twitter persona is not. His Twitter persona takes glee in triggering people. That is so much like flying in the face of the person that he's trying to be. I did mute Prime on Twitter, for sure. I find his tweets offensive for the sake of being offensive, right? Not just because he has a strong opinion. He actually enjoys triggering people. It's just not for me. Right? It's not the person that I think he actually wants to be either. It actually flies completely in the face of the persona that I think he wants to be. He wants to be a good role model. His Twitter persona is not. And I get that, Ryan, but that is so far, like, counter to the actual person that he, like, wants people to recognize him as. Right? Like, dude, like, I've seen his tweets where he's like, yes, I'm so happy that you treat me as a good role model, etc. And then he has other tweets where he's like, hey, look at how many people I triggered. And it's like, dude, those two things are counterproductive to each other. No, like, let me just put it this way. His tweeting about, like, if you can't, like, touch type, I'd never hire you on my team or whatever bullshit. That is some of the most inflammatory, terrible takes I've ever heard. I don't think there was any context on stream for it. I think that was just him trying to ruffle feathers. And him trying to ruffle feathers is counter to, I think, the legacy he wants to leave. So there's just some, like, just inconsistency there. Where I like Prime as a person. Like, when I chat with Prime, it's always a good time. I really like the dude. I like him as a person. I don't like his Twitter persona. That's all there is to it, you know? There is an inconsistency there that is not rationalized properly. Keep in mind, I like Prime as a friend. I like him as a person. I don't like his Twitter persona. That's all. I'm pretty sure plenty of the people that I consider, you know, stream friends have muted me as well. I'm okay with it. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not a fan of shitposts, personally. Now, maybe I'm being disingenuous, because I do make what I consider shitposts, but they're like dad joke shitposts, you know? Right? Like this one. On stream, I just referred to C# developers as C Sharpies. You know? I don't think anyone should be offended by that, because I'm not saying it's negative. Right? I even go and frame like C# Haze is just as adorable, right? So C Sharpies are adorable, right? I don't think anyone should be triggered by this comment. It's just a fun play on words. If anyone is triggered by that, well then I really messed up, because I don't want to trigger people with my Twitter persona. Does it mean I get less growth? Sure. I don't care about growth. I care about having an audience I like. Presented without nuance. I would rather present the nuance with most of what I say. Yeah, I think C Sharpies is just good and fun, right? And then C# Haze is totally different, right? Those are the dogs. Yeah, exactly. It's like gophers or rustaceans. And I get that, Ryan, but I don't like having a separation of, like, the different personas. For me, right? You can do whatever you want. I don't give a shit, right? And I haven't muted you yet. Because I haven't actually been that offended by your tweets. But the one where he explicitly shit on people that don't touch type, when we can consistently see him, who is a touch typer, cradling his wrist on stream, right? We see him do shit like this all the time. Touch typing didn't prevent his bad ergonomics from catching up with him. So it doesn't matter, right? I really, really hated that opinion tweet of his. Especially, like, not only because he made that, but he made the follow-up tweet of, look at how many people I triggered. Like, he was happy about triggering people. That's not the Prime I know. Maybe I don't know Prime that well. but it's not the Prime I know. Nuanced opinions get no interaction? They do, and I think it builds like a better audience. If you're only concerned about the numbers, then sure, right? Ruffle feathers. But I think, Ryan, you would agree that my take is I would rather weed out the people that ruffle feathers as a habit. And it makes for an ecosystem that I want to keep coming back to. Right, but then that becomes an echo chamber. And I don't want an echo chamber either. And again, right, your approach is your approach. You keep doing you, man. I'm just more getting at how I prefer to interact with Twitter in general. I'm okay with it. It means slower growth. In this case, I think it's sustainable growth. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to block people like that, but I will mute them because their tweets make me want to engage with the platform less. I consider that a problem. Just like I will happily ban people from this chat if their comments make me want to interact with chat less. Yeah, exactly. For sure. I agree. It's especially true here on Twitch. I have seen so many streamers come and go. Right? Just give up on streaming in general because they actually cultivated an audience that they don't like interacting with. Right? Benawad doesn't stream here anymore because he cultivated a truly toxic audience. I think Mewtwo, same thing. She cultivated a truly toxic audience. I think VJJ, similar thing. He cultivated a fairly toxic audience. And they just don't stream anymore. What's the dude that did the, right? Shit. He did like the PlayStation hacks. He doesn't stream here anymore because he cultivated a truly toxic audience. If you have an audience that you don't want to interact with, I don't think it's any surprise that you're going to stream less. Pirate Software is knocking it out of the park, but I don't think he has a toxic audience at this point. Right? Like, what would you identify as toxicity in his audience? Maybe I don't watch enough. Yeah, but I don't think he has a toxic audience. So, yeah, that's actually making my point, I think. I agree, Raven, for sure. You got to filter them out. Otherwise, they become your most vocal, like, audience members. What was the dude, Star Ansible? That dude doesn't stream anymore because he cultivated the most toxic audience. He didn't want to interact with those people anymore. It turns out most of his audience are people that have been banned here because they're the worst. Like, dude, right? Star Ansible doesn't stream anymore either because he cultivated a really toxic audience. At some point, your audience actually comes to embody you as a streamer, or you let them do whatever they want, and you don't want to stream anymore because you don't want to interact with them. You got those two roads. That's my opinion. It's not like this is truth or like fact or whatever. This is just the way I've come to understand Twitch in general. I could be wrong. Yeah, mini scruff. I think there is a line to that where, like, if he's just being sarcastic, cool. But a tweet where he's happy about triggering people, what's sarcastic about that? What is sarcastic about being stoked that you triggered people? Right? Sometimes sarcasm is just a crutch for how you really feel. Maybe Ryan, but it's also why I really curate the people allowed to chat here. Now, also, when I have too much whiskey in me, I am the toxic one. And I need to be better about that. So, no one's perfect. Cheers. All right, so real quick, we need to start thinking about how we structure the exceptions for the Elixir code. We've moved on to the Elixir. If you do want to hop on to a guest star thing, you're more than welcome, Ryan, but also, you know, no obligation. Totally up to you. I do need to use the restroom real quick because I broke the seal. I'm going to go pour some more water while I do it as well. So give me a sec. And yeah, I need to think about how we do some of the exception handling stuff in Elixir. And then I also want to have a discussion with you, Ryan, about, like, are exceptions the right mechanism for this, or should we be doing tuples instead, right? Like Go style. No, so I get that, Ryan. This is not about control flow. It's more about, like, assumptions about the code we're doing. Yeah, no worries, freaks. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, no stress. Yep, have a good night, freaks. Yeah, what I'm getting at is this would be the user is calling a value, like top-level function, for a non-value type feature type, right? That is an exceptional thing to me. I find tuples more valuable in application code. In library code, I think exceptions are probably the way to go. But especially because it's based on, like, assumptions of you calling a function for a feature type, and if it's the wrong feature type, that is exceptional to me. So I'm not sure that lines up with what I was reading about the use case for it. Hold on. Do we have... Is it this one? Yeah. Right? An exception is thrown when a fundamental assumption of the current code block is found to be false. So that would be if the user were to call a function that doesn't relate to the feature that they're trying to do it for. To me, that sounds like exceptional behavior, not just an error. But we'll discuss more. Let me go pee. BRB. All right, so when you say when the caller can do something about it, okay. Yeah. So I think this makes a lot of sense to me. Right? If they call something like should on a function that, or on a feature, or for a feature that is a value type feature, there's nothing that like the calling code would do differently. That is just simply, hey man, you're calling this wrong, and I need to like bubble that up and break your application as soon as possible so you can do it right. There is no amount of like coercing to a different type or whatever that you could do, but because you're just calling it wrong, you know? So I think we're in agreement that exceptions are the right way to go for a lot of this stuff. And yes, some of these are going to be like table lookup things where I just want to like let it throw. But I might want to do it with a better, like, you know, a custom error message rather than it doesn't exist in the table. Okay. Do you have a good example of like an article or something you would recommend for how I structure creating my exceptions or my error types or whatever? I guess maybe this article gets into some of that as well. Oh, it's this is really short. Okay. No, this is nice. I like it. Dude, thank you for the link. So yeah, perfect use case for custom exceptions. Awesome. Cool. Just double checking that that makes sense. I want to make sure that I'm doing things idiomatically, right? Let me double check on the Helldivers crew. We don't see Robotic Head here yet. Okay. Hello Stream Twitch API. This is an Elixir thing. All right, let's check that out. Yeah, so we would just do def module and then def exception, and that's it, right? So I would need to do like a module per like error type we would have. Would you have any qualms with me doing it in like one file called exceptions, right? And then I just have a bunch of modules in here. Is that fine? I just want to double check. Cool, cool. Sounds good. And I should have a module per exception type, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Sweet. All right, so Algebro's in for some gaming here. Yeah, it may come down to the fact that we're late enough that maybe we hop over to gaming. Ooh, that was a nice one. Is Worm in tonight's group? No, so Worm is part of the Wednesday night crew. This is the Saturday night crew in which we would be playing some Helldivers. Once we finish that fight on Wednesday, then I could allow our Saturday night group to play more Baldur's Gate 3. But all of the other people in the group have played Baldur's Gate 3 before, whereas it's our first time through with my Wednesday night crew. So I am forcing the Saturday night crew to delay any of like the, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 stuff until I get through it with the main group. Right? I think Robotic Head is on like his third playthrough or something. I think Acorn's on her second. Algo Bro is new to the Baldur's Gate 3, but he did not seem as invested into the game, so I think he'd be fine just joining in wherever he can. I'm not sure he's playing it solo at all, so, you know, just depends. No, it's actually pretty easy. Wednesday night is Worm and James and me. And Saturday night is me, Algo, Robotic Head, and Acorn. And Saturday night, we play all sorts of other games. I think Wednesday, we will be playing Baldur's Gate until we finish it. And then we got other games we can play for sure. For a long time, Saturday night was just me and Robotic Head. And then we invited Acorn and Algo Bro for a Baldur's Gate playthrough. All right, the evil playthrough. Vexilla does the fetch. Now, Vexilla fetches the static file. Ah, and hold on. Yeah, let's look at what you got going here in the docs there. And yeah, Ryan, I really appreciate you for helping me make this stuff, like, more idiomatic. Like, just even chatting through it. Yeah, really awesome. Okay, yep. Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta run for dinner? Yeah, no worries. Ooh, hold on. So, first example versus second example. Let me look at these examples. Oh, so the message is no longer a thing you got to pass manually. Okay. I would see that being more useful for people trying to consume our exception class. I don't think that is as necessary, so instead I'd rather maybe just pass. Like, I think this makes more sense to me, at least for what we're doing now. And then in the future, we could always refactor. Yeah, at some point, if Vexilla becomes like a legitimate business enterprise, and that's a big if, I'd love to bring you on as like a code owner for the Elixir like SDK, and having some way of compensating you for that. But again, that's a big if, right? I need to like really like nail down some services contracts and other stuff to make it actually profitable. Need to, you know, if we can get enough usage, then maybe building out a cloud would be worthwhile, but I probably need to get VC investment for that. So, yeah, like, probably never going to happen, but just in case, yeah, I'd love to bring you on as, like, a code owner kind of thing for at least that SDK. Yeah, and again, it's a big if. If you're willing to do so before then, I mean, the more the merrier. And yeah, I've been doing well, Indy, for sure. I guess here's a big thing, Ryan. Are there any projects that you would benefit from using Vexilla for? I think that would be really good. So yeah, if you ever have something where you want to establish feature flagging on like a side project you're doing or whatever, that would be even better. Because then you could evaluate it as a consumer, not just an author. So yeah, I need to get the 1.0 out You're currently using fun with flags on a Fang project. Yeah, I meant like more for your like your own side projects. I wouldn't say like bring it into your like, you know, Fang project until it's something that you would absolutely sign off on without me having to do that, right? If we can match the features. Yeah, so what is a feature that you think we don't cover yet? And that might be something nice to add to our like project board. I have never actually uploaded a short to Twitter. I did maybe that ad. Ah, so standard error. You might, like, are you using Brave? I ran into that issue for a long time with Brave, and I had to disable the ad blocking of Brave. I would say try a different browser and see how that works too. Okay, so per user flagging. What does that look like to you? Do you mean like gradual release, or do you mean more like a list of users? Because we support both, but it's like more effort. So I get that standard. I would say simply try a different browser. When you say Chromium, you mean like open source Chrome, right? I would definitely try a different browser and see if you get the same issue. Yeah, so we have a feature for that, but it's maybe more manual than you're expecting. So if I go to Vexilla and we make this purchase threshold into a selective list, in that selective list, this might be user ID 1, right? User ID 2, right? And maybe like a nice feature would be to import from a JSON file or something. Sure, right? We don't have that yet, but I could see that as being something we should add to this app, right? But the idea would be like, yeah, if you want to release this out to specific user IDs, you would just add that to the environment, like to the list for that environment. So because I only have one environment, sure, but if I add another, right, environment 2, environment 3, then we go back to purchase threshold. You know, we could set the user list per environment, right? So that's already out of the box. You know, you might do it based on user ID. You might do it based on organization ID. I'm not sure how Fun with Flags does it at all, because I don't know if I've heard of Fun with Flags. So that's different. But yeah, I really do feel like we should be able to solve this just doing a selective feature flag instead, right? And then you can still schedule those flags if you want to. So it's an Elixir-specific library. Ah, okay. Do they not have any other languages they support? Is it only Elixir supported? Like, how would your front end consume those same flags? And maybe they don't, right? Maybe you do it all from the server and your Elixir is rendering like a... Oh, they have feature... okay, Fun with Flags UI. Got it. Okay. You think it's Elixir only. Got it. So instead, what if... Oh, this is the UI for configuring these things, but it's not like the client-side, like SDK for your browser to evaluate flags separate from how your server renders them, right? So you guys are doing server-side rendering of Elixir templates for the user, right? What I'm thinking is, what if you ended up having Elixir as your, right, live view? That was the word I was looking for. Yes. I don't use live view. I'm fundamentally opposed to it, but I'm glad that it exists because the world would be so boring if there was only like one way to do things. Yeah, I will never personally use live view or any of the versions of that. I forget what the Laravel version of it is. I forget. There's a bunch of them, right? I'll never use that. I don't want my server rendering templates. I just don't. Now, keep in mind, a JSON template is still a template, but it's so much less than HTML rendering. If I have a Phoenix API, I want that to be the canonical API, and then I might have a BFF approach for, you know, consuming that API into a Next.js or something, right? No, so live view is, imagine that Phoenix renders out this template and they handle the wiring of client-side logic to the server and making things reactive and, like, you know, dynamic. I know I'm explaining that really poorly. So, Ryan, if you have a better way of explaining it, feel free. But the main gist is, imagine Blazor in the C# area, right? Oh, really? So I was misunderstanding live view. I didn't realize it was just the data diff. I didn't realize that morph DOM was like a totally separate part of it. At the end of the day, though, it's still really like, it's Elixir Phoenix specific at that point. You're not using React to do that. You might like wire up some jQuery or something, right? But yeah, like if morph DOM is doing like a bunch of like DOM manipulation, that is outside the scope of React because React wants to control the DOM entirely, right? So it's more like progressive enhancement focused-ish. I'm curious how, yeah, how does live view work if someone has JS turned off? I'm pretty sure part of the goal was to still have it be like useful, right? Yeah, you're fighting over who controls state. Yeah, so you could do stuff, but it gets heavy. You just get the initial page render, and then you rely upon traditional, like, monolithic request response, like post request, like, you know, form style submissions, right? But does it fall back to that gracefully, or is that something you got to do on your own? Because that would be, to me, the best use case of live view, right? If they have JS available and like the JS assets loaded properly, then you give them this like really nice experience. But if those assets didn't load properly, just due to random like networking things, etc., you can still give them the same experience-ish, and it just falls back gracefully. Ah, okay. So it doesn't handle the graceful fallback like I thought it did. So yeah, my view of live view, no pun intended, is actually different than the real use case. Okay. I think that makes sense. We do see Acorn, Robotic Head, and Algo Bro ready to jump in like immediately. And Acorn's not even streaming right now. So, Ryan, I really appreciate you. Like, dude, thank you so much for the chat. If you're around on Monday, I think that might be a better time for like, you know, like a guest star thing. If you want to jump in. If not, like, I totally get it. You know, time zones. Ugh. Acorn is the Funi dev. Yeah, Acorn's great. She kills it. I play games on Saturday night with Acorn, Algo Bro, and Robotic. And it's a really good crew. So, yes, I think we're at the point where we have streamed a good portion of the day. We got the C#, I think, done. Someone was working on the Go stuff to make that more idiomatic and, you know, proper errors there. I got more work to do for the Elixir. And maybe we bring Ryan on as a guest. Like, are you planning on streaming on Monday? We can chat about it. No stress. Don't got to respond now. But yeah, I will be streaming on this channel again on Monday. Tomorrow is a full day, work day for me on Griffing and Chill. And I need to like record videos and type out blog posts and do all sorts of stuff, do video editing, like all that. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow, work-wise. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know your schedule. So yeah, sorry, Ryan. Yeah, if Monday doesn't work out, that's fine, man. If you end up lurking, that'd be cool. Yeah, exactly, Space Case. Tomorrow is probably like a 14-hour workday. I do that on Wednesdays and Sundays. Now, keep in mind, next Sunday, not this Sunday tomorrow, but the Sunday a week from tomorrow, that's Cinco de Mayo. So I'll be streaming on this channel, and we'll be partying. Duh. Duh. So yeah, anyway, let's go find someone to raid. Who do we go raid? Oh wait, Acorn is going. So yeah, Acorn is streaming. Okay. Green chili enchiladas sound good for Cinco de Mayo? I mean, no, I'm going to be doing chill stream. Yeah, for sure. I'm heading to chill stream. We're going to be playing games with Algo, Acorn, and Robotic. So I'll be over there. Yeah. For sure. But we got to figure out someone to raid right now. Oh, did Acorn just finish? Yeah, who we go raid? Who do we go raid? I do see Acorn still going, but we're not going to, like, stress her out by raiding her right now. We see Evan MMO, who's awesome. We see Productive Time. Productive Time, super cool. Oh, Zayu's going? They're doing a test stream? Well, too bad. We're going to raid Zayu. I don't get enough, like, chances to raid Zayu, so we're going to do it. Yep, it's going to happen. I could raid myself. You know, it has happened before. Typically from Griffing and Chill to this stream, but yeah, that could be a thing. But we're going to go raid Zayu. Even if it's just a short stream, too bad. They're live. They'll have to deal with it. People over on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a great stream today. It is Zayu. Yeah, that's how they pronounce their name. Exactly. You're welcome. I think we all learned something here today. So yeah, YouTube, I'll see y'all again on Monday. Cheers. Thank you for hanging out.